Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another stream. It's been a minute for sure. I hope everyone is doing great today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright. So, yeah, you will be able to notice that I'm quite excited for this one, as it's been a minute. Oh my days, it's been a minute. Well, what's the plan for the channel for the next weeks and months? So I decided to do a big comeback, to kind of push out more videos, more streams. I do have a direct connection to a router now, so we do have full 500 Mbits. Oh my goodness, man, that's an improvement already. So yeah, half a gigabit of internet, and yeah, available for me. And oh, by the way, guys, please give me a mic check. We will be live on Vatsim in just a minute, so just give me a quick mic check. Hopefully you'll be able to pick me up, no problems. Alright, so the plan for the channel. Wait, let me just quickly check. Do we have... Is our flight plan uploaded? It's... Oh, I still have... Well, let me start from the beginning. So, what are the plans for this channel? Loads of updates, loads of videos, loads of shorts, loads of streams. That's the first mission. And today is finally a day for a stream. Oh, Shababs, man, welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great, man. It's been a minute. So yeah, I'm planning on streaming more regular, on a regular basis, basically, and well, do a nice comeback. We are so close to 300 subscribers, so close. And once we reach 300, as you may have already read in the description, we will do a absolute massive stream. I'm saying like more than 15 hours of flight time. We will push it to the limits. Push the limits of Vatsim. it's got to be epic. Alright, let me just quickly get my flight plan checked out. So because I need to upload it to Vatsim in order for the controllers to know where I want to go. So let me just quickly check. Today's flight is... I would give you some flight updates in just a minute. Just hang tight. So we are Eve 61 Sierra. That's our call sign for today. Eve stands for Iberojet. That's a Spanish airline. To be honest, I've never really heard about it, but I picked up the name like just recently and thought, well, that sounds pretty interesting. I've done a couple of flights with the 330 Neo and it worked out beautifully, so let's see how it goes. Alright, flight plan is uploaded. We can connect to Vatsim. It's... Alright, unfortunately we don't have any ATC available here at Dusseldorf, but there's a bit of traffic, so no problem, no problem. Alright, guys, let's come back to the chats. There we go. Level Complete Gamer. Hello, Captain. It's great to see you live again. Yeah, man. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. And I think today's flight gonna be very epic because weather here in Germany is horrific. At least in the recent 2 days. I think it's also been in the UK. There's like huge clouds coming up and just raining all day. but I know that Gran Canaria is going to be epic when it comes to weather, so that's why I thought let's go to the Canaries. Alright. Shababs, man. Great to see you guys, great to see you. Alright, so I think I've got everything sorted out. I hope Vatsim isn't too loud. Yeah, by the way, gents, ladies and gents, I'm preparing a video, and it will probably be released in the very next days, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a Ryanair flight. Very, very beautiful flight. Alright. Let's go. Let's hop in. Oh yes, look at that wing view. And there's a 350. Guys, how are you already planning to buy the 350, or maybe it's already well, parked in your garage? But I don't know. I'm not too sure if I want to buy it yet. A lot of people have problems with it. Not too sure. Alright, let's commence boarding, shall we? Get going here. Request boarding, please. Alright, let's get the flight plan inserted. Otherwise the plane really doesn't know what to do. Oh, I requested boarding, although there is no flight plan. Oops, that was stupid. No import possible due to boarding.
Ik kan zenden, wordt die blauw. Cool, test. Ja, luid up here.
There you go. Fuel and payload imported. Great. There we go. And there was just a mic check in the background. That was Vatsim. I'm not sure on what frequency we're on.
Nee, ik zie ook geen receive.
Okay. So now request boarding, please. There you go. Finally. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good. Alright.
Radio check.
No Palma style landing at Gran Canaria, no highway parking today. Oh my goodness. Daniel, is it you, man? Have you changed your name? Luckily we're not flying with the 777 today. Alright, boarding has started. Well, guys, you need to give me an update, Shababs. How has been your last months, basically? I think my last stream you said you had some upcoming exams or something like that. Yes, board. Everyone, please. Everyone. Fill up this beautiful plane. Busted. Yeah, man, that's too big of an insider, isn't it? That was a giveaway. I didn't realize I was talking for my main game channel, so no worries, mate. No worries. Yeah, that insiders just gave away your identity. Alright, boarding is going. Well guys, if you want a quick update on what's going on with your Captain Sim, then I will be happy to do so as soon as we are airborne. Oh man, loads of stuff to tell you guys, seriously. Alright, but before I do that, I need to get going. So, flight request. Oh, we need some... what do we need? The emergency menu? No. AUC menu, there you go. In it. And let's go. So, Dusseldorf to Gran Canaria, perfect. In a request, please. Alright, boarding, as you can probably hear, boarding is... oh no, embedded flight plan uplink now. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Alright, so ladies and gents, flight plan is inserted, boarding is just starting. Right. So let's check the wing views, shall we? So we got... oh my goodness. Look at that. Huge engine. Beautiful front wing. And in the back, and in the far back. You can also watch the luggage. See, they even have Spanish-speaking stewards, and that's really great. All right, so yeah, Iberojet, however you want to pronounce it, is a Spanish carrier, so hence the Spanish stewards, I guess. Shababs, been good. My exams were good. Got good grades, and now we're preparing for final exams in May. Man, that sounds awesome. What grade are you in, mate? I lost track of that. Sorry. Level complete. Oh man, I'm just gonna call you Daniel, right? That was very English hello, wasn't it? From the lady in the back. Hello. Yeah. Do we have air? India is over there. Damn. That's gonna be a long flight for them. Alright. So, what's going on Vatsim? We still have no ATC online as of yet. There was ATC online when I connected, but apparently it disconnected afterwards. But doesn't matter. Alright. Hola. Alright, so we're taking off from runway 05 right via the Modru departure. So 05 right. Let me just quickly get some chill music going on. Oh, that's alright. Okay, 05 right. And Modru. Where's Modru? Modru 7 Zulu. I think that's the correct one. Insert. Perfectly. That worked perfectly. Constraints on. Por favor. Okay, looking great. Fuel pumps can go on. Let's get this out of the way. So for IFR flights with no ATC, standard QNH, no. Standard TCAS code, squawk code, there we go, TCAS code, all my days, man. Set to auto, perfect. QNH 1022 set, and we're just going to insert. So cruising altitude will be 380 for today. So let's just get this in here. There you go. Alright, looks like we are pretty much set. So now let's just, I guess, enjoy the views from outside, shall we? Maybe just one final look at the wing before we're about to push back. Shabab's 10th grade right now in summer, and I'm going to a different school because my school only goes to 10th grade. Alright. Gotcha, mate. So you're going for your A levels then? Right? Sounds like it. Alright, let's zoom in onto this beautiful livery. Yeah, I think you guys haven't really seen that livery yet, right? It's, I would say, pretty rare, so you don't really get to see many of these planes. Well, not just on Vatsim, but also in real life. They are pretty rare. But, in my opinion, it's an eye-catcher, isn't it? Looks pretty cool. Well, I mean, the 330 Neo, to be honest, the 330 Neo pretty much always looks great, doesn't it? I mean, these huge engines, the wingtips, oh my days. Just beautiful. Not sure what these two guys are doing. They don't really seem to do much of anything. Guys, hurry up. Maybe they're already done. I don't know. I guess they're just getting paid for standing around. Anyway, beautiful livery, in my opinion. I guess it's not for everyone, but I think it's beautiful. But then once again, I'm pretty much a huge 330 fan, so can't help it. Alright, in the back we do have the main tower, so we do have the ground tower to our left hand side and the departure and arrival tower on the right hand side, pretty much in front of us. Just looks weird from this angle. Traffic wise, we do have a bit of Vatsim traffic, pretty much sitting at the gate just as we are now. But they will be ready to go in a bit, I think. So we do have a bit of traffic once we push back and depart. Shababs, yes sir, A-levels at a technical gymnasium in my town. Yeah. Sounds pretty good, man. You still, can't remember. I'm not too sure whether I can recall. What was your aim like? What are you aiming at to achieve? Like, what degree do you want to have? Daniel, is this a real livery fly? Real word, sorry. So yes, it's a real livery. So this plane does exist in real life, and well, whether it's a real word flight, not too sure to be honest. I know that AVIATION tries to get people into Spain, so that was pretty much the idea of this flight, to kind of do a flight that's, I don't know, like a tourist flight to the Canaries. But I'm not too sure if it's, I'm not too sure whether AVIATION serves Dusseldorf. I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest. Alright. Let's see. 220 passengers boarded already, so we can take 425 passengers with us. So this plane is pretty much full to the brim. Or maybe a few seats in the front are empty, but that's it. Otherwise we are fully packed. It's gonna be really interesting. I think I've never really felt this plane being heavy and full. Like, I mean, we don't have much fuel, do we? But a lot of passengers. Okay, so takeoff is set. We do know what to do.
Traffic KLM 1800, pushing back Alpha 11.
See, there we go. We do have a KLM pushing back from, well, not too sure what gate it was. I think it was something A. We are on gates, at gate B08. B08, yes. Looks like a spot of rain is coming, looking at those dark clouds. Yeah, looks horrible, to be honest. Let's get out of here. Man, weather was horrible. Like, last days were just rain, rain and more rain. Oh, there's KLM. See? Behind Air India. There we go. Not sure what type of plane it is. We'll see in just a minute. I think departure is going to be from behind me, basically, or behind us. Let's see. So this is our gate, and there is... Oh, it's a 777, isn't it? Yeah, it's a 777. Right. So I think 05 right is pretty much behind. It's not going to be a very long taxi. Alright. American Aviation, hello mate. Welcome to the stream, welcome aboard. Maybe you're still... Alright, that guy was pretty quiet. I think that was Lufthansa, so the 350 is also pushing back. There you go. Alright, let's see where these guys are going to. So the 350, the one we're looking at right now, goes to... Oh my goodness. Maldives. So pretty much all the way to India. Then we got a Eurowings that just pushed back, going to Berlin. And the KLM has no flight plan uploaded. Great. That's gonna... Well, that's gonna drive some ATC mad. Gonna be sure. Yeah, American, how are you doing, man? I'm going for the AVIATION 13th grade. Yeah, it's Shababs. I think it's A levels. That's the Abitur. But yeah, so. Oh, there's another one behind that. Air Austral. Not sure where that guy is going to. Alright, 350 is moving. KLM is moving. I mean, Lufthansa is moving. KLM is moving. Eurowings as well. So only one missing is Iberojet. And let me tell you, I'm really hyped to push back. Also start up these engines. Oh my days. Alright, fuel wise, that's pretty important because last time, please, I don't want to see anyone laughing, but I miscalculated the fuel I need and pretty much went dry up in the air, like 38,000 feet up in the sky, and the tanks were bone dry. So yeah, Don't want that to happen again. So let's see, fuel 28.1 tons. We do have not enough yet. Alright. Let's get refueling. Request refueling, please. Oh man, look at this 350 in its full glory. Beautiful. Man, this guy has a lot of flight time ahead. Alright, we're talking about, I think 10 hours.
Dusseldorf traffic, right wings 2034, holding short, 05 right for departure via Lima 6. And Terrafly 101 approaching 05 right or 05 left, question.
And there's another plane coming in. So yeah, we do have plenty of traffic here at Dusseldorf. I thought it's going to be pretty much just us, but as you can see, there's a lot going on. Alright. Ah man, I'm jumping in and out of the cockpit because I always think I forgot something, but I think we're set. So fuel is connecting. There's the Eurowings behind us. See, and he's lining up for 05 right. Let's just go back to the gate and let's have a look from above. I think there's a lot to watch now. There's the Eurowings. There's the Eurowings. So Eurowings is going. And Terrafly. Who is that? Oh. Why is Eurowings moving? There's incoming traffic. He's just like...
Traffic, right wings 2034, lining up 05 right.
He couldn't wait another single minute. It had to be now or never. Let's just not give a damn about other traffic. Alright, so that was Terrafly. Terrafly out of Bilbao. Okay. Boarding completed. Ladies and gents, welcome aboard, welcome aboard. Fuel.
Wings 2034 at Dusseldorf, taking off from 05 right.
Alright, Eurowings is going. So 28 tons of fuel set. Everyone has boarded. We're pretty much ready to move. So seatbelts on. Ding the cabin and get some cool air into the plane because it's going to be hot anyway as soon as we arrive. Right, the Lufthansa still hasn't decided on where it wants to go. Maybe he's having issues starting the engines on, I don't know. But we will be pushing back in just a minute, so... Alright, let's get the taxi sorted. So, I'm just gonna get my charts out. Ground charts. There we go. So we are parked at B08 and we will taxi onto Romeo probably.
Long traffic, Captain Dustin, Management, D1 right, and taking off the right, the long traffic.
We're going to taxi onto Papa 4. Then I think that's Mike. Yeah, Papa 4 Mike. And then 205 right, and then it's going to be pretty much an instant takeoff after we push back. So let me just quickly get my pen and paper, and then we're gonna just quickly write down the taxi path and the takeoff path, just so I won't forget. Alright, so we are Eve flight 610.
All stations, Dusseldorf, KLM 1800 via Tango to Mike, taxiing out, runway 5 right.
Alright, KLM is preparing for takeoff. Alright, ladies and gents, I think I'm done, I'm ready, set, go. Alright. So let's tell GSX we are ready, we want pushback and start.
Long traffic, some everyone Charlie Gun, you can landing up on T1 right. Long traffic,
Right, and we need the APU, obviously, in order to start. I'm not sure why they're still fueling up. GSX is a mess sometimes. Guys, 2 of you not working, and 2 of you working too much. That's what I call pretty unprofessional. Oh, guys. Whoa, they're putting some extra liters in here. Won't hurt. Finally. There we go. Bill $8,000. Oh, my days. Alright, I'm not paying that. Oh, it's even 8.8. So let's round it up to $9,000. Holy cow. That's a lot of money. Alright, guys, hence you're ready. You may disconnect now. So we can start. Alright. Okay. Now they're doing what I want them to do. There's KLM 777. And there's the Terrafly parking right next to us. Cool. Alright. Great. Let's get this APU going. Alright, ladies and gents, enjoy the APU start. You know the deal. Let's go.
Dusseldorf traffic, your length 9 for Alpha, 40 miles out from Monday, 05 Dusseldorf traffic.
Alright, ladies and gents,
Hello, Captain.
there we
We
go.
are ready for pushback.
Ready for pushback, sounds great. Ladies and gents, I hope you're ready for pushback as well. I hope you enjoy the stream. I know it's kind of back and forth. I'm trying out a few things, seeing how things go. So far, so good. So, yeah, let's prepare for takeoff. And for the engine start.
Departure checks completed.
If
Bypass
you
pin inserted.
watched the last video, you know that these two guys here produce an absolute insane sound. Oh, the 350 is moving now. Alright, great. 350 is moving, and we will do so in just a second.
Locking gear.
Alright, let's just quickly watch. We want to taxi, be pushed back onto the... Okay, nose left. Alright. Great, we're ready. We're just waiting for the final interrupt pushback. No, thank you. Continue, please. Pretty much just waiting for the ground crew to tell us what to do. Are they already connected? Yes, they are connected. Oh, well, maybe we should pushback, no, payload fuel services. We still do have the chocks preventing us from rolling, so I'm not sure whether that's a GSX thing or additional services. GPU no longer available, yeah, that's great. Disconnect from the GPU. So there's still chocks, but why are there chocks? Why do we have chocks inserted? See, there's the 350 moving. Now this thing is a beauty. You can say what you want, but this thing is, I mean, both planes are great. 350 is, well, it's a 350.
Dusseldorf traffic, your length 9 for Alpha, 4 miles, 1 with you, flash right.
Okay, nose left, please.
Release parking brakes, please.
Well, parking brakes are released. Guys, I'm ready to go. Not sure what's preventing me from... No, I don't want to interrupt. Pushback. Come on, let's go.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes are released, man. Please release parking brakes. There we go.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, ladies and gents. Now, I'm going to shut up, let you enjoy the engine start. Let's go.
Flight attendants, armed doors, and cross-check.
traffic, your wind 905 going on 1.
Alright, there we go. First engine started. Let's get the second one going.
Please take a moment to locate your closest exit and remember it may be behind you.
Please set parking
If there is
brakes.
a change in cabin pressure, pull it on
Unlocking gear.
overhead. Firmly pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth, pull the elastic bands around your head, and tighten use the straps on both sides. Even though the bag may not inflate, oxygen will be flowing. Be sure to put your mask on first before helping others, and we'll let you know when it's no longer needed. We'll be passing through the cabin to make sure we are ready for departure. You can help us by making sure your seatbelt is fastened. Your seat back is upright, your tray table is stowed, and all carrying items are put away. If you have any questions about the safety features of this aircraft, please don't hesitate to ask. Smoking, including these electronic cigarettes, is never allowed on any flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying smoke detectors and aircraft starships is a federal offense and could result in a fine.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
The back in each is equipped with an changing table. We'll be adjusting
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Right above your seat. We're here to make sure you have a safe and comfortable flight. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoyed this experience.
Alright, full engine.
Please prepare for takeoff.
Full engine start, good engine start, and the 350 is on the runway. Waiting for the runway to be cleared, probably. Alright, let's start texting. Dusseldorf traffic envelope 610, texting to runway 05 right, 5 Papa 4 and Mike, Dusseldorf.
Salon traffic going through at uniform position Bravo 16, Pushback. Cabin crew, seats for the takeoff, please. Seats for takeoff, thank you. Alright, ladies and gents, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight as we are just about to enter 05 right for takeoff. Let's turn on all the lights. Today we're going to do a bit of a different style. We're going to do a
cockpit takeoff. So, yeah.
Wenn du aber auf, was das, ich glaube Bravo Richtung Süden in front of 1 left pusht, könnte das eigentlich passen, dann stehen wir face to face.
Ach nee, wir fangen.
Alright, let's go. Dusseldorf traffic, envelope 61, Sierra entering runway 05 right for module departure, Dusseldorf. Alright, let's just make sure there's no traffic coming. No incoming traffic. No close outgoing traffic. We're ready. Let's go. Turn left. And back into the clouds. Wow, this sound is amazing. Alright, ladies and gents, I think the A330 needs its props. I mean, it's a beautiful plane. That's the first thing. The sound is amazing. And it's just fun to fly. On this channel, we've been through a lot with the 330neo. I tried it hundreds of times. And had so many issues with it. But fortunately, they've updated it, pushed out a very nice version of it, making it not only perform better, but also less buggy, and improve the sound. So, I think, to sum it up, it's a great plane. Alright, so we now just over 10,000 feet. We can turn off the landing lights, also the MTIs, and QNH descent. We're just following the modular departure all the way to 380 feet. Distance there is Essen, pretty big city, but we want to go south, we'll fly along, well, let's see, the route takes us over Belgium and Paris, so it's going to be a very, very scenic flight. Over the Andes and continue south of Madrid, Seville, leave Spain after we pass Chipiona, and then we will continue along the west coast of Morocco until we make it all the way to Gran Canaria. Always more exciting and realistic when other flights are around. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes you get like really weird people that don't really know what to do and make it a bit hard for you to take off to get where you want to go. But I think today they were only professionals at Dusseldorf, except for me. These are the ones. Take off, yes. Well, this thing makes taking off really turns it into a beautiful experience. I mean, taking off is always a beautiful experience, but with this and with these engines, it's just I don't even know how to describe how good they sound. I think it's one or if not the best sounding plane in the sim right now. I mean, I have to give credits to Phoenix, like the 320 also sounds amazing. But, I mean, just listen to this. And yeah, as I said, we do have a lot of overcast. Just a few patches of clear sky here and there. But pretty much thick clouds covering almost the entire EU as of now. Like, it's insane. there's our exit point, one route. Then we are out of the Dusseldorf territory, let's call it. Alright, seatbelts can go off in just a minute as soon as we do our final turn to exit Dusseldorf airspace. Oh, something is flying high up there. So up there is flying. Let's see who's up there. That is a 350-900 from Dublin to Dubai, cruising at 390 feet. Alright guys, so I guess it's time to give you a little update. I mean, I think I already said plenty on the Discord channel, by the way, ladies and gents. Don't forget to join our Discord. Discord links in the description. So what happened to your Captain Shilsem? Well, a lot. That's pretty much what I can say. So not only that I achieved my finally my master's degree, but also your captain has a new flat. Isn't that great? Don't have to live south of one of the biggest airports in Germany, maybe even Europe. Because for people that don't know, I live pretty close to Dusseldorf Airport, like right south of it. But not anymore. Well, I mean, still, but not for long. Because in, I think it's just a few days, I can finally take the keys of my new apartment. That's just something I'm really looking forward to. So yeah, loads of planning has been going into that recently. Kind of organizing all your belongings and thinking about what do I need, what is trash, what is treasure. You know, things go when you move to another location, to another apartment. Right. So yeah, that's the two main things that I was kind of looking forward to, and not just kind of, I was definitely looking forward to both of these things, because it was horrible. Like, I mean, living south of Dusseldorf Airport is great for views. It is great for I don't know, like scenic moments, for doing a bit of plane spotting. I don't know. But if you want to live and especially study at home, that's horrific. Let me tell you, you get plane sounds all day long. It's not this kind of beautiful sound that we have right now. It's this sound, and it's freaking every day, 24/7. And it's hard to study because I like to open my windows. I like to have a fresh breeze coming in and just, I don't know, enjoy nature while doing my work. But man, it was just not possible. And for people that don't know, going to a library is okay for once or twice, but I can't do that for like each and every day because it's always filled to the brim, at least where I live, full of people, full of students, full of pupils, everyone, children, elderly people. Apparently everyone wants to study when I want to study, and that was bad, that was annoying. So I thought, okay, let's study at home. At least that's what I thought. And yeah, then we're back to the plane issue. Shababs, congrats on the master's degree and getting a new flat. Thanks, mate. It feels great. To be honest, I even thought about maybe that's the third thing that went. That I thought about a lot and even tried to do. So I was invited to a lab in Belgium, and that kind of sparked the idea of going abroad again. Maybe back to the UK, maybe just somewhere else in Germany. But then I thought Dusseldorf is pretty great, the Rhine area is wonderful. I visited plenty of cities in Germany already, and well, what can I say? I think, in my opinion, the most beautiful city is Dusseldorf. And so I thought, why move somewhere else, be unhappier then, and then still in the same country? Now I thought, well, maybe Spain, maybe, I don't know, Austria, maybe somewhere completely else. But then you have family, you know, family and friends you don't want to miss and leave. And yeah, so the only things that really were possible and I really considered were basically all countries surrounding Germany and the UK. So I thought, well, I really want to stay within this area. And yeah. And lastly, I discarded the whole idea. Just thought, you know what? It's stupid. Why do it? Why move to another country that doesn't offer the same infrastructure I'm used to, that has a whole new language, for example. Now I'm fluent in German, in English, basically. Well, a bit of, it's getting rusty, but when I go back to the UK or stream, and comes back bit by bit. I do know a bit of Spanish, so I can at least understand what people try to tell me, and I can say a few things in Spanish, but not too much. I know a bit of French, and also started learning and studying a bit of Polish, so that's interesting. But that's kind of, you know, as many hobbies do, eventually kind of get rusty, and you think, don't want to do that anymore because it's hard, because it's maybe you're not going there as opposed to your plans, as previous plans. You know what I mean, like, probably, right? You start a new hobby, for example, studying new languages, and then you think, well, I want to to go there someday, and then you don't, and then you think, well, now I can just stop studying it and just do something else. So yeah, I would be pretty happy to go somewhere else, but then I do have so many opposing thoughts that ultimately I thought, well, let's just scrap the idea and just stay where I'm at. That's awesome, mate. Having your own space is the best. Yeah, man. Finally moving out of like I mean, I did have my personal space, but like just having like your room, and as soon as you leave your room, there are plenty of people. That was pretty cool in the beginning, but now it kind of got tired of it, and now I'm pretty happy that it changes. I want to live my own life now, not be well, I don't want to do that forever. I think no one does, right? I don't want to be well, reliant on plenty of other people. You want to do your own stuff, you want to hear your own music, don't want to be annoyed by others all the time, especially on planes. They fly low. No, but for real, it was time. It was time to fulfill that dream. Congrats on your degree. Thanks, mate. It's seriously, I wanted to stream a lot more, but it just wasn't possible. Like, I had to do so much, study so much. It was horrendous.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again from the flight deck, your captain speaking. We've just reached our cruising altitude for the flight, and to begin to settle in, I do want to remind you to please keep your seat elbows clear from the aisle as the flight attendants will be coming into the cabin and galley cart shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating in the front galley where the flight deck door is located. Thank you.
Alright, that was my co-pilot. Thank you, co-pilot. By the way, guys, how do we... What's the name of our co-pilot? How should we name him? Let me think of the name. Calling him. I don't know. What's his name? Well, you can just call him mate. I don't know. He's such a low, like a dark voice. Let's call him Jack. That's Jack. But jokes aside, like, it's just great to finally be back, to do a bit of streaming. One thing I definitely noticed when I started doing videos again is how much time and effort it needs to do a proper upload, to do a proper stream, to not be like, I don't know, to do it kind of professional in some way. It's really hard, actually. Like, you can try yourself just to, I mean, Daniel probably knows what I'm talking about, but just try to upload like a 30-minute video where you do have to do a few cuts, where you do have to do, I don't know, prepare it so it's not too loud, not too quiet, not too annoying, I don't know, not too boring. It's quite a challenge. What did you Bob. Daniel, yeah, let's call him Bob. Bob's making sure that we're not crashing while I sit at the window. That's basically how we share our work, you know, like Bob is basically doing everything and I'm just there. I'm just watching Bob doing his things. Just making sure that he doesn't screw up. Yeah. That's the whole idea. One does basically is any other job site, right?
KLM 12 at 6,000 feet.
KLM is at 6,000 feet. Right, interesting. Have a good flight, KLM. What did you study? Wasn't it biology? Yes, correct. Well, it wasn't just straight biology. It was kind of like a chemical biology. Yeah, and working in a lab is pretty interesting. Well, it's tough.
KLM 112 at flight level 60.
Okay. KLM is
To that, KLM trying to transfer here on the guard frequency.
I think KLM is a bit well, just want to make sure that everyone in the vicinity knows that he's at 6,000 feet. Maybe I should say I'm like cruising altitude. I mean, I'm not sure what he tries to convey with saying that he's at 6,000 feet, other than that he's at 6,000 feet. Well, KLM thinks. Alright, let's see what Bob is doing up front, shall we? Just make sure he's not... Oh, my data's down. Oh, you can see planes on the ND. So there's a... Oops. I think after 1,000 feet difference, or 11,000 feet, oh, there it is. Sometimes the planes here disappear if they are too low, too high. There he is, actually. So I think that's him. Maybe that's another plane, but he's just way higher than we are. It's not being shown on the ND. Right. Let's see, can we spot him? Oh, there he is. Down low. Yeah, alright. So this is the far. I don't know if you can see the trail. Well, this is his trail. He's 1,100 feet. Our cruising altitude, so somewhere at 36,900 feet, somewhere like that. And there's another one up high, or another two, one going south, one going north, but they are too far away for us to actually care about them. Not dangerous for us. Alright, so we are now over Belgium. Belgium is pretty much consists only of cities and farmland. I think that's could sum up Belgium pretty much like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's beautiful. But yeah, that's Belgium. Is that Brussels? My bad, we already over French airspace. Ladies and gents, we're already in France. Over France. So, yeah, French farmland and French cities. And there's an airport. Regional one. Probably. But yeah, Bob is doing great work up here. Everything seems fine. We can just zoom out a little bit. There you can see both flights now. On this, I think that's actually 10,000 feet. What is it? 1,100 or 10,000? Not sure. Anyway, they are far away. And there's another one crossing our flight path. 1,800 above. Nothing to worry about. Bob is doing good work. Bob is doing work up front, we can just enjoy the views back. Enjoy this beautiful wind view. I assume it's interesting, but that's nothing for me, but everyone has different preferences. Yeah, man. Actually, that's great that like each and every individual has different preferences when it comes to everything, basically, to food, to partners, I don't know, everything. Because diversity is key for any organism to survive. And we're back to biology. So yeah. Also, that's what cells do. They try to be different from other ones in order to survive, in order to get different kind of food, in order to, well, they're not mating in that matter, like, well, as we think mating happens, but yeah, but also cells do it on the molecular level. It's the same thing, as in, I don't know, compared to a complete organism. For example, a deer, I don't know, one deer has a longer tongue than the other, hence making it easier to pick up fruit out of the from the floor, I don't know, for example. And that's how organisms change in order to survive, in order to adjust for different kind of things, for heat. One deer has different fur than the other one in order to, well, kind of be warmer, for like warmer areas. And another one has really thick fur for like cold environments. Also against diseases, it's the same thing. Cells try to change in order to remember disease, and so kind of get used to different environmental things, heat, I don't know, moisture, also radioactivity, all these things. It's pretty interesting, and testing that in a lab is really cool. But yeah, Shababs, man, I'm really trying my hardest to recall what your plan was after your A-levels. I think you were aiming at becoming kind of a technician or somewhere. I got it now. I got it. You wanted to, did you like have an apprenticeship at Lufthansa or something like that? Lufthansa Technik? So you want to work in the aviation industry, that's what I recall. But well, you can also say no, that's wrong. And I will do another guess. Alright, ladies and gents, excuse your captain real quick. First Officer Bob is taking over for the minute. Nature's calling right now, so just hang on, give me a second, and I will be right back. Alright. And in a couple of minutes I'm just going to prepare brew. And it's time for brew. For sure. Some good old coffee. Well, Vatsim wise, as we do have kind of a long flight today, 4 hours once again, or not 5 hours, 5 hours of flight time. Chances are pretty high that we will encounter a few controlled airspaces, or fly through controlled airspaces. As of now, there's only one over Spain, but as we continue on, there will be more going online, I'm pretty sure. So it's just a matter of time. Oh, we do have a TCAS warning. Look at that. TCAS in its action. Sorry. There's the plane. That was a TCAS alert. I was...
Clear of conflict.
Clear of conflict, perfect. Alright guys, that was a TCAS warning. I was worried that Bob is trying to crush us because we were losing a lot of altitude all of a sudden. But yeah. TCAS was making sure we're not crashing. Great. Thank you TCAS. And thank you Bob. Mate, I'm sorry, but I got to go now. I'll come back later. No worries, mates. Thanks for joining, by the way, Shababs. Thank you so much, man. Traffic, yeah. So, I remember the first time having a TCAS alert. I was hissing, literally peeing my pants, because I thought, oh no, what's going on now? I finally flew a few flights, everything went fine, and then all of a sudden there was a TCAS alert. I was like scared, literally scared. I thought like, oh no, what's going on now? But yeah, it's so cool to see this, see now it's climbing. Oh, that might be another TCAS. Look how steep the climb angle is. No, that's just Bob. Bob is just doing Bob things. No, but seriously, why are we climbing so high? I guess probably was just tired of Flight 0380, he just chose, I don't know, visiting the ISS or something like that. Oh no, Bob, what are you doing? Alright, let's descend back down to 380. I think Bob also got scared of the TCAS going off, but must have been a few hundred feet away or above, yeah. I'm not actually sure if the second climb or the climb now was a TCAS, I think. Well, maybe. Maybe I just couldn't see the plane. Wait, we can check on Vatsim radar, let's see. Yeah, actually there was a plane. Let's see. Alright, interesting. Wow. So that works like a dream. Perfect. ladies and gents, your captain needs a brew, so he's getting a brew. So, ladies and gents, for everyone new to this channel and to the stream, thank you so much for joining in. Please make sure to subscribe, as we are so close to the 300 subscriptions. And once we reach 300, you will be able to see one of the longest flights done on Vatsim. I'm talking 15 hours plus. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be long. Well, that's what she said. But I promise it's gonna be epic. So, yeah. Just sit back, relax, enjoy the stream. Tell me your needs, what you want to see, whether you request any specific wing or cockpit view, or you just want to see and hear about a bit more about the routes, just let me know. And if you're just happy to watch the stream, then thank you so much for joining. And just sit back and enjoy. Right, Captain is quickly making himself a nice coffee. Meanwhile, Bob is flying this beautiful plane, and we are skyrocketing again. I'm not sure what that is. I think Bob has. I think Bob is nervous today. Come on, Bob. You can do better. Oh, Bob. Oh, go up again. Go down. 380, please. That's all I want. So, where was I? In the meantime, Bob is hopefully not trying to kill us and not trying to visit the space station. Yeah, I think Bob behaves now. Ladies and gents, if Bob doesn't behave, then tell him to. Daniel, that's your task. Tell Bob he's he needs to work on his behavior. Alright, no. But thanks so much, ladies and gents, for joining. Today's trip to Gran Canaria. Alright. So, see you in a minute. whatsoever. He just doesn't want flight level 380. I'm not sure why. We're just gonna quickly descend. I'm not sure why Bob wants to go with Kerbal Space Program, basically. Or what? We're flying at 380. Fight against weird. Oh my days, it's doing it again. And that's pretty weird. He just wants to climb. Oh, come on, 330. I was not losing a single bad word about you. I was having so much fun with the plane within the last weeks and months. Now it really just wants to freaking have a mind of its own. Well, it's just another Chilson stream, isn't it? To be honest, I don't know what's something tells the plane to just go nuts, basically. Let's try 390, maybe he's happy with that. Seems like 400 and he's happy. I don't know why. If that makes Bob happy, I don't know. Well, honest, I'm not sure. Not sure what's causing this. I'm really hoping that we're not back to the buggy mess of the 330. I was hoping we were through that, but apparently we're not. Because that must be a bug. I'm not pulling on the yoke whatsoever. Just wants to climb. Oh, Bob is doing something weird over there. So he just wants to kind of set, and then all of a sudden see? Boom, and we're climbing like 5,000 feet per minute. Out of nowhere. What's up with your aircraft, mate? It's just I think I was too confident. I thought the 330 finally got rid of every bug. Apparently did not. I don't want to call it a buggy mess yet. If it brings us to Gran Canaria, I'm happy. But that's definitely a bug. I mean, I've never had that before, per usual. Some bugs are very persistent, and others are just like once in a lifetime, and then you never see them again. Like, for example, the 737 cockpit freeze. I had that issue once, and never seen it afterwards. No clue why. But I guess flight level 400 is set now. I think now Bob is happy. Just wanted to drive 2,000 feet, maybe. He wanted to see a bit further out, up over the horizon. By the way, over the horizon, we're just leaving the clouds behind now. Apparently not the entirety of Europe is covered in clouds, as you can see. No overcast whatsoever. Just beautiful views. Left and right. A few clouds still here, but not for long. Alright, let's just tell the plane that we have flight of new cruising altitude. Perfect. Flight level 400, please. Daniel, by the way, mate, what's going on your end? Are you planning on streaming, uploading again? What are your plans, mate? A coffee for the afternoon. Beautiful. yeah, but once again, ladies and gents, I hope you feel comfortable aboard this flight to Gran Canaria. I know it's been a wild ride the last few minutes. Bob was the first officer, and he was not too happy to fly at flight level 380. So he decided to just join NASA and boost up all the way, boost our altitude all the way to 350. But now, after this altercation, we were able to meet at flight level 3. No, not 3. 400. So Bob is happy now, and I'm hoping he behaves now. No, but thank you so much for joining, ladies and gents. Hope you enjoy the stream. Just want to test out a few things, see how the 330 behaves, how Bob behaves, how I behave. Just having a good time. Make yourself at home, grab a coffee, a few snacks. The stewards are just going along the aisle, and you may order whatever you want. Daniel, honestly, with everything I'm trying to do, it's sometimes hard to be consistent, but I will get back to flying. Mate, I absolutely feel you. I feel the struggle. It's like you have so many bugs, performance issues. Like, not you specifically, I'm just talking about like streaming in general. Like, those are all the things you have to deal with, and oh man, it's horrendous sometimes. It really just wants to make you stop. But then, I don't know, today's like a chill day for me at least. No work, some off time, nothing planned. And I thought, you know what, spend some time with the community, have a good time in the air, see what Bob is doing. Yeah, just have a bit of fun. And as you can see, I'm also running into, well, several issues. But when it comes to just the stream in general, like the streaming platform OBS, for example, it has its quirks. And sometimes it doesn't want you on. And then you kind of make it out of these struggles of like just the stream, the overall performance of the stream. Then it continues with the plane doing what it wants. Like, it has a mind of its own sometimes, especially the 330 apparently. And then there's other stuff like some volumes that are set wrong. I don't know. Some weird things going on in your sim. Man, just so many variables. And so yeah, I fully understand it's hard to be consistent with all these problems occurring. Also, it takes a bit of time to sort everything out. Especially if you, I don't know, restart your PC, like do a complete clean setup of your PC, like delete all the previous files and just do a nice clean reinstall of Windows and stuff like that. And you lost all your nice settings. Like, I learned it the hard way when I reinstalled Flight Sim, and that was just the sim. There were so many settings that I changed over the years that made it kind of what I wanted it to be. When I reinstalled, it felt like a different game. Like mods were missing, scenery was missing or faulty. There were settings that were just completely messed up by default. That's really important to say. So the default settings are worse than what I was kind of, well, what I had, what my regular setup was. So it's just so much to consider, so much to do. Really annoying sometimes. But then you have this view right now, this wing view. Good sounds, good music, a broom. Well, what more do I want? Well, definitely is a struggle, yeah. That's for certain. And it will be. The next stream, there's something going wrong, for sure. Pretty sure. And I'm planning on streaming more regular kind of uploads frequency, whatever, higher frequency of uploads, whatever you want to call it. But it's going to be funny because there's just something not doing what I want to do. Anyway, let's check out all the views we do have. We have this far back seat. We have the wing, the engine. That's a good one as well. Do this, and this. Let's do this for a minute, shall we? So yeah, Daniel, it's tough. Streaming is tough. When I was younger, I thought like, oh, these streamers, especially when I was starting to study, I always thought like, oh, these streamers, they have such an easy task. And maybe it is if you do it on a daily basis, but then the thing is, you are reliant on streams and income off these streams, so of course you need to do it professionally. But yeah, if you just do it for fun and therefore not being able to do it on a daily basis, maybe not even weekly basis, then it's really hard to kind of do everything right and know everything. Well, that's just streaming and simming. see where we are at. By the way, ladies and gents, if you want to follow our flight, you may do so on Vatsim radar. Just quickly trying to figure out whether we can... Oh yes, there's a link. Right, ladies and gents, I will just quickly send the link. That's the link of the flight. If you want to track the flight in real time, see where we are at, then just look into the chat and there we'll be able to see that's a link. So we're currently cruising over, what is it? Bordeaux is just behind us, and Tarbes is on the left hand side, and then we will cross the border between France and Spain. Flying over Andorra. So we're slowly approaching the Pyrenees. Indicating that we will be exiting the French airspace. And if we're lucky, Spanish controllers will be available. Leaks, same mates, welcome to the stream, good to see you, welcome aboard. Calmed down now, he's happy. That's good. 19 degrees in the cabin, that's a bit cold. It's freezing, maybe 20, 21, something around that. Roslix, mate, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing great. Tons of fuel left. That's great. the weather in Gran Canaria. 26 knots at 030, so that's pretty hefty wind. It's pretty windy. Well, 10 degrees warmer than back in Dusseldorf. A pleasant 23 degrees Celsius. More than enough to comfortably do anything really. Whether you want to go for a swim in the ocean or you want to exercise, it's perfect. Because we do get really close to the ocean, to the Atlantic, so we might want to keep an eye on that. When do we see more streams? Well, as you can see, I'm trying to push out bits, well, more regularly. I'm trying to upload more video streams now. So yeah, basically now to answer your question. New Captain Joseph is back. Great work, currently. 660 nautical miles left, so about 2 hours. Flight time. Ladies and gents, I hope you're doing good. So I hope everyone's nice and relaxed, because I certainly am. So let's see how many envelope flights there are. I think it's just me. No other Iberia jets. Interesting. So, how is the weather in Gran Canaria? It was promised to be about 23 degrees. Whether that's still true or not is a good question. Let's see. 26 degrees Celsius, so even a bit warmer than expected. Wow. Just imagine having 26 degrees in the evening here in Western Germany. That's, well, just wouldn't happen this time, like this time in the year. Yeah, ladies and gents, it's confirmed. I just double checked, and we are the only flight out of 1,700 flights that is an envelope flight. So that's pretty cool. Somewhat making this flight very special. As you can see in the top right corner, we do have the OBS overlay back. Guys, I'm really hoping you enjoy the flight as much as I do. So far it's a pleasure. Is coming from 0 to 0 knots. Oh, sorry. It's coming from 0 to 0 degrees and it's 24 knots. So it's going to be runway 03 left or 03 right. Just have a look at the chart here. So we do have another 330 Neo right behind us, coming from Copenhagen. Castro. Yeah, you pronounce that. Well, that's pretty chilly, I don't know, 12 degrees to 23. What a beautiful afternoon and evening. Got my coffee next to me. Have this beautiful wind view here. And just enjoy life, enjoy the stream. Just sit and back myself. Let Bob do all the work and the autopilot as well. Just have a good time. As you can see, we definitely have left most of Europe behind. Now there's just a little bit Europe in front of us, which is also our destination from here. We'll take another 1.5 hours until we're there, so more than enough time to just sit back and relax and enjoy the remaining of the flight. I can assure you, your captain is definitely relaxed. Got everything I need. Just made myself a little snack back in the cabin. Cabin crew gave me some nice sandwiches, ham and cheese, the good old jamon serrano. Wonderful. It's really tasty. And yeah, we're just cruising along in the Imperial jets and just have a wonderful time. We can actually have a look outside. This plane isn't too loud from outside. So ladies and gents, prepare for the outside view. I remember it being pretty quiet, much quieter than I expected. So let's see. See? Wasn't too bad, was it? That's the 330, it's full glory, look at that. Beautiful. Leaving the trails behind, the kept trails. Just cruising along at 400s, further than 400s. Just to make sure that I'm prepared in case ATC goes online. And yeah, once ATC goes online, things do get a bit, well, looking forward, things do get, well, sometimes you panic because you just don't have the right charts at hand. Maybe you're unfamiliar with the charts and you need a minute more to look at them to understand what the constraints are, and hence you want to prepare for that and not just be overwhelmed by all this information and you haven't looked at them in days or weeks, or maybe even not at all yet. So always make sure that you have them. If you want to taxi, already have the takeoff charts available, well at hand. If you take off, have the climb and cruise charts ready, and so on and so forth. It's always prepare the next step, prepare ahead, and not just the flight phase you're currently at. Ladies and gents, please let me know in the chat whether you like the Volanta overlay. The thing is, what I try to improve is that it's maybe a bit, the flight symbol, maybe the icon is a bit bigger than it is now. It should be at least, because it's pretty tiny. I mean, I made it different color now, so it's maybe a little bit more recognizable. Easier to spot, but I think it would be even better if it's just a bit bigger. And let me know what your thoughts are considering Volanta. Yeah. advancing towards the Canaries. They are slowly appearing on the map, the mini-map, you can call it. If you watch carefully, or if you have a look at the top left map, then you will be able to see the Canaries appearing, and yeah, indicating it's not far away now. Just a little bit more, so we made it. Just a few clouds here and there, nothing to worry about. Temperatures are great. It's nice and warm down at down on ground.
Destination is about 411 nautical miles away. And there's the just continue to slowly creeping up. So we want to make sure that we figure things the descent out in just a minute. And I will do so. Let's have a look. 03 left via the Teatro. Yeah, 03 left Teatro. Okay. So GCLP. 03 left ILS. This one's correct. And Teatro. Was it Teatro? Teatro. ZULU, turn, correct. No turns, hopefully. Only in the lavatory.
send this actually. You can see the entry point. It's right there. Not far away, maybe 200 miles. And we are entering the first waypoint of the standard arrival. 403 left. ERW Fra, yo, the CCS is back. Well, first of all, welcome on board. Thank you so much for joining. Hope you are doing great. I also hope that you're nice and relaxed. I'm not too sure what you mean by CCS, but yeah, welcome back, mate. Great to have you on board. Captain Chilson. Oh man, okay. Sorry then. Yeah, Captain Chilson is back. Exactly. Well, great to see you, man. Welcome back, And yeah, just sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. It's gonna be another hour probably. About 45 minutes until descent. And we are down on the ground. Until then, sit back and enjoy. There's a 330 Neo following us, pretty close, and well, heading for the same destination as we are. So arrival-wise, there are 7 expected arrivals at Gran Canaria. About 3 are pretty close, so we want to make sure that we avoid traffic. Also plan for an unexpected holding pattern, so we also want to be prepared for that. So in case that the runway is occupied, or I don't know, the standard arrival is occupied, the plane is just too close to us, in that instance we will perform a hold. And well, there are multiple points where you can fly a holding pattern, and the first one for us would be actually it's 0.7. Let's find out what 0.7 is. 0.7 is. So it's a good question. Oh, Inita, is it? Oh, okay. is the first point that we couldn't perform a holding. The second one would be Tomos. So Benito Tomos would be the go-to for the holding. Just in case, just if there's a plane just too close, then we will do that. But right now, it's looking good. Traffic is close, but not too close. So we should have enough time to make it down on the ground before there's anyone interfering. I think as soon as we are on final, there's, well, the other 330 Neo will be on. Or maybe the final turn, turning runway heading. That might be happening, but we're just gonna keep up the pace, and therefore it shouldn't be an issue. engines. We're slowly approaching the standard Bravo. So as you can see, the first waypoint, the train tells us to stay at or above flight level, well no, above flight level 100. And well, as we are flight level 400, always there. Babs, I'm back. Welcome back, mate. Oh, sorry, ERW. How's it going, mate? It's going great. I'm not sure what you heard or what you know about me, but I did the master's degree, achieved it, and now I'm moving to a different location. So still within Dusseldorf, but yeah, I'm moving finally away from the airport. Although I must say, for plane spotting, for enjoying, but for being an aviation geek, it's pretty cool. But for everything else, it's horrible. Like sound-wise, it's just not great. Also, traffic-wise, traffic is horrendous here because everyone is trying to get to the airport or to get away from the airport, and apparently no one has time, so they all go as quick as they can, making it really hard for other traffic to whiz by, you know. So I'm pretty much looking forward to moving, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. Gonna be west of the Rhine then, not east anymore, which is really cool. And yeah, other than that, I'm trying to push out more streams, more videos. You guys have voted, I think about how many people have voted. Let's see. So you guys voted, six people voted. So half for more streams. 17% for edited videos, 5th, and a mix of both is 33% voted for a mix of both, and that's probably what I'm going for, to be honest. Just have like both is, I think, pretty good strategy. So just a little heads up for you guys, there's a video so close to being fully edited and complete that I will be uploading it within the next days. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a nice Ryanair Ops with the 737 MAX. It's going to be epic. Trust me, I put a lot of work into that video, so I hope it's I don't want to raise the bar too high now, and I try to make it as cool as possible. That's all I can say. Obviously I'm not a full-time streamer, not a full-time content producer, so don't expect the ultra quality. It's just not going to happen. for that, I would have to probably, well, lose my job, get rid of my job, discard all my hobbies and free time, and, well, become a full-time streamer, but unfortunately, that's not where ways went. I mean, but yeah, I like to just do it for you guys, just see what I'm capable of, and I hope that you guys like the video. We will see. It will be uploaded within the next days, so you're the one to choose them, or to decide. I mean. But as always, I'm pretty happy about feedback, so if you tell me, hey Chilson, music is too loud, hey Chilson, your voice is too quiet, whatever, just let me know. Easy fix. I can easily fix these. And yeah, when it comes to performance, well, maybe we do get a bit of a software, hardware change on me. So yeah. Looking forward to that as well. Just gonna be, your boy Chilson needs to just work a little more in order to pay the bills, pay a bit of debt, and then we can get rolling. Maybe a bit of new hardware, a bit of new software, we'll see. Plane wise, I'm not too sure what to buy or what to get, basically, because, well, the 350. Let's talk about the 350, guys. Do you fly the 350? The innie builds, because I really want to get it. Don't get me wrong. The things that keep me, well, that deter me, rather say, that deter me are, sorry about that, well, it deters me that the overall quality of the add-on isn't too great, I think, because it has plenty of bugs apparently. It's, I mean, it looks beautiful, don't get me wrong, I love the plane. I think I would be as obsessed with the 350 as I am with the 330 Neo. That obsession is big. So yeah, it's a great plane. It looks great, but unfortunately, innie builds did kind of rush things, I think, and hence making room for loads of bugs, loads of issues. At least from what I heard, it's not too great. It has a lot of issues and bugs, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really looking forward to such an add-on. And then, second thing is the price. I think it's about 80 euros. I mean, just imagine, 80 euros. Holy cow, that's a lot of money. Just for one plane, for one add-on. I mean, sure, you get it in both sims and 2 variants, and maybe the ultra long range as well. But 80 euros, that's would be the most expensive add-on I bought to that date. Yeah, sure, perhaps it's expensive. It's expensive. 80 euros. Imagine. It's, even if it would be flawless, like flawless performance, flawless graphics, flawless system depth, it would be still 80 euros, you know? Like, holy cow. That's so much money, so much to ask for. In my opinion, it's too expensive. I mean, you get this plane for free. You get the 380 for free. you get the Phoenix, 60 euros. So, well, I saw a discount the other day, maybe like 50 euros, and the Phoenix is just the top plane there is, so it is the best add-on, and that's just 60, or even down to 50. So yeah, not sure to be honest. Alright, let's have a look at the top of descent, so 120 miles, top of descent indicator right there. And we do have the islands inside. I think this is Fuerteventura. Let's check. Fuerteventura. Beautiful island. Oh no. It's Lanzarote. After that, Fuerteventura. And then we arrive at Gran Canaria. So yeah, it's a lot of money, right? Not too, in my opinion, too much. Perhaps, did you plan on getting the 350? Perhaps, no, I'm not going to buy it because I don't really play Microsoft. If I'm playing, I'm only doing short to mid-haul flights because they already take so much time. Yeah, mate. And it's way too expensive for me. Yeah, that's ultimately that's the biggest reason. I think it's just too. Why do you ask for so much money? And if it would be for a Phoenix level kind of like level product, you know, okay, maybe, but not for bad software. Then you experience bugs, bad performance, and it's gonna piss. I'm sure it would piss me off if I paid so much money for a product that doesn't work properly. So yeah, no. But it's interesting, Shababs. You're not playing Vatsim anymore, or at least not as much. Are there other games that you prefer now? So this is Lanzarote, and behind is Tenerife Right, let's see what the performance is on this page. Descent performance, so magnitude and wind, 20 degrees magnitude and 25 knots. Temperature, QNH 1018 and 22018. Temperature 22. Position altitude 7,000, that's great. Things are looking great. We're just short of the top of descent. So ladies and gents, please return to your seat, buckle up and get ready for the descent and ultimately for the landing. Thank you. Shababs, currently I'm more focusing on school because final exams, and when I'm playing any game, I'm playing Clash of Clans because don't need to play all the time or I'm playing big Formula 1. Yeah, those are all games that you just can't like close and be done with, right? So you just play a little bit, and then as soon as you say, okay, I'm gonna need to head out, start my studies, you can just close them and be done with, right? So yes, that would also deter me from playing games like Flight Sim, for example. But then on the other hand, I have to say, if you do a long haul, you can study while flying, but it works for some people, it doesn't work for others, because it's really tempting to just look around, right, to switch your views, see what the wing views are, and watch traffic be available on Vatsim. It's really drawing your attention away from what's important, so I can really understand that. But yeah, that's what the stream is for, man. You can have a bit of Flight Sim experience, but don't run into the danger of getting carried away. You can just close the stream whenever you like, just continue doing what you need to do. Alright, top of descent coming up. The thing is, I want to descend a bit sooner than the top of descent indicator, because last time I was kind of overshooting the wrong way. So today we're gonna descend as soon as we hit the 120 miles knot range, so about maybe 1 or 2 minutes. That we make it on the ground comfortably. Don't panic. Oh, you can see some other traffic whizzing by. Wow. Did you hear that? That was cool. No TCAS warning though. You can still see the chemtrails there. Wow, that was a unique sound. Yeah, he was whizzing by like he was quick. probably about 1,000 kilometers per hour. He was quick. Let's see what flight that was. It was a business jet or something like that. That was a CL60, not sure what that is. Coming from Sal to Rome. Okay. Altitude 370 feet, so he was 3,000 feet beneath. And he is quick, 473 knots. Yeah, he's flying. Literally. He's quick.
Lanzarote traffic motor 3414, taxi holding point from GCLP.
And you can hear that we are on Vatsim, finally, some traffic. Oh yeah, I mustn't forget to do my traffic calls, so let's just quickly prepare that. So let's prepare the arrival. I do have my trusty pen and paper next to me. So we will land 03 left via the turd. Oh man, it still makes me giggle. Why do they call it turd? Like seriously. For you guys that don't know what turd means, just Google it. Turd. The turd arrival, okay. The turd. Oh my days. Yeah, just go ahead and Google TURD. Turd. Oh my goodness. That's just silly. Anyway. For the ground movement. So, as I said, as I previously said, you always want to prepare the next phase. So, the next phase is obviously going to land and then taxi. So now we want to make sure that we already know where we are taxiing to and just kind of tell people where we plan to go. So I have the taxi chart available here and we will call it. We will call it out as soon as we get there. Alright, let's start descending. Down to 5,000 feet. And let's go. I think the cabin is just the final time. Well, almost final time. Let's keep the right wing view because that way we will be able to see a bit of the island.
Purple flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. As you may have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
Didn't see you coming there. Yeah, that's true. When I'm doing long flights, my game is getting so late. The more I'm into the flight. Oh, gotcha, mate. What system are you playing on? Like, what are your system specs? our first call, so people know that we are on the descent and incoming for the runway 03 left. So let me just quickly prepare that. 03 left is great. Alright. Alright, let's go. Gran Canaria traffic, envelope 610 on the Teto arrival for 03 left. Estimated time of arrival 12 minutes. Gran Canaria. Alright. Now people know that we are on the way down to the ground. Well, most importantly that we are heading to Gran Canaria. Let's see. Descent is looking good. You see the descent rate is not too high, so we picked a pretty good descent point. That's great. There is it? Oh, this is, I think that's not Gran Canaria, or is it? Well, it might be. I'm not too sure. It is. Okay. Right, now the descent is a bit more rapid. Right. I think VNAV is a bit clunky on this one because it was just descending with 7,000 feet per minute. I think every human being would just puke the fuck out of itself when it would descend, all of a sudden descend 7,000 feet per minute. So yeah, that was weird. I mean, same thing was when we were ascending. That was also pretty weird. So yeah, VNAV behavior is really weird. It's 5,000 again, so that's really weird. might also be due to changing winds and so on and so forth. Lights on. So 50 more miles and then we made it. As you can see, it's a bit bumpy. Okay, passing 10,000. 7000, we'll change to QNH. Right. Landing systems on, please. Constraints on. Runway is in sight, right there. Great. So we're getting close. Really, really close. So we're just short of releasing the first notch of flaps. Change to QNH 1018. QNH set. So final 5 miles and then we can set the flaps. So auto brake low, QNH set, lights turned on. Oh yes. So this ascending thing is really, really weird. I don't know why, it's just all of a sudden. There's literally no reason for it to do it. Just suddenly does it. Well, I didn't have that bug before, so it's new to me. Anyway, I'm just going to descend. Keep descending. I think it's always when it tries to, yeah, as soon as it tries to level off, that's when it does this weird thing. Anyway, flaps. Flaps 2 set. approach phase active. Cabin 3 single. Perfect. Lights on. Final ding. Seats for landing, please. Cabin crew, seats for landing. Thank you. Alright, approaching runway 03 left. We need to call it out once we get close for Vatsim, so people know that we are. Oh yeah, runway is definitely inside. Perfect. A lot of windmills here, as you can see. Okay, we are set basically. So another notch of flips. Flips 3. Gamer UK, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. Barrow, howdy. Howdy, mate. What Airbus and Dev is this? It's the 330 Neo by Headwind. It has a few quirks here and there, and well, it's known on this channel that it just performs weirdly sometimes. But yeah, I think it decided to kind of work now, so yeah, just cruising the wave now, just hoping for the best, but apparently it works. Just a bit weird when it tries to level off, it just goes, my co-pilot Bob, his name is Bob, tries to go, well, tries to visit the ISS. I'm not sure what he's trying to do, but he wants to climb very high. Very quick. Anyway, beautiful views here. So, final notch of flaps. And gear out.
$2,000.
Traffic, envelope 610, one short final for runway 03 left. Gran Canaria traffic.
$1,000.
Hello, gamer. I will reply once we are on the ground. Sorry, mate. Just gonna be hectic now. Right. 800, let's release and just thrust off. Controls. 2 wide, 2 reds. Perfect.
500.
Checked.
400. 200. 300.
And continue.
Two hundred. 100. 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. Retard.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gran Canaria Airport. Flight time was 4 hours and 12 minutes. And now please stay seated for the duration of the taxi and until we arrive at the gate. Thank you. Gran Canaria traffic envelope 61 Sierra, clear of runway 03 left, Gran Canaria. Alright, let's just quickly check the taxi chart and then continue. So taxi is, we will leave on Sierra 2, Foxtrot and Romeo. Yep, Foxtrot and Romeo, okay. And gate Tango 10. Gran Canaria traffic envelope 61 Sierra, taxi to gate Tango 10 via Foxtrot and Romeo, Gran Canaria. Alright, let's keep moving. Alright, APU. Let's turn on the good old boy in the back. Landing lights off. Oh, taxi lights on, please. Just hard left. Oh, the fire brigade. Come on, mate. Get out of the way, please. Alright, it's not going to be a long taxi, just quick taxi to the gate, and then we'll be back with you guys in the chat. Started, perfect. And there is our gate. Maybe we're a bit too large for the gate. Oh no. Alright, you know what? We still have time to turn. There's no plane here. Not sure why they scheduled a tiny gate for us. That's a bit stupid. Let's continue taxiing to the north side of the airport. Make sure we get on the gate for our aircraft size. We'll squeeze into this small space there. Beautiful plane. Right, this one looks much better. It's going to be a bit of walking for you guys, but trust me, it's worth it. See a bit more of the airport. That looks much better. Right, ladies and gents, we made it. Okay, switch to normal. Everything's good. And turn off the engines. 2 and 1. Right. Request deboarding, please. Acciona, por favor, thank you. Oh, there's a go around. Oh no. Maybe he's just taking off. I thought that was the 330 Neo behind us. Thought he was going around, but apparently he just took off. So yeah, that's pretty stupid in my opinion. Why do you fly on the network if you don't make like any calls whatsoever? I mean, I didn't hear any takeoff call, runway call, whatever. Like nothing. Why do you want to fly on Vatsim if you just don't use it? We're on the correct frequency. If there's no tower online, all of a sudden, there isn't. So yeah, why do you use Vatsim if you ultimately don't use it? It's just stupid in my opinion. But anyway, turn all the lights off, beacon lights off. Okay. Great, ladies and gents, we made it. Welcome to Gran Canaria. I mean, just look at it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Lucky to be here. Alright. So, back to the chat, ladies and gents. Lone Gamer, sorry mate. So many messages and I couldn't read any of them. I don't like or use the SO or stuff. I only buy or use stuff from about 6 plane devs these days. Yeah mate, same thing for me. I do have PMDG, I do have Phoenix, I do have well, Duo and what else? iFly, my favorite is definitely Phoenix and iFly, that's for sure. PMDG in my opinion lacks sounds and just arts in general. Just graphics are bad and sounds are okay. So I'm not really a huge fan of PMDG to be honest. Phoenix is absolutely nailing it and iFly is also pretty good. See? So Viking is able to make some traffic calls. Why isn't the Turkish Airlines that just took off? Oh, by the way, the animation looks weird, doesn't it? The thing didn't really level off. But anyway, besides of that, yeah, okay, tried once, never again, lol. Yeah, the 330 Neo once again has its quirks. If you watch some of my streams with the 330, I used to have huge issues, like all the time. There's just something wrong with the plane. Autopilot failures, just sudden engine failures, just everything. Horrible performance sometimes, most of the times. And then there was a big update, and I thought, okay, maybe it's, well, good now. But as you've just seen, not really. Crazy Bob, yeah. First Officer Bob is going wild. I hope to do more on my channel. Like some flight sim, I haven't due to old tech, but I got a new GPU now. Nice, mate. What GPU do you own? Still an old system CPU, so not ideal for MSFS, but great for most else. Doing lots of tests and performance. Yeah, mate. Testing is really important. Pranay Bayzane, mate. No clue whether I pronounce your name correctly. Probably not. Can you try Air India A350? Mate, I would love to fly the 350. It's just so expensive, mate. I can do Air India for sure if you want, but maybe just not the 350, because Innobuilds is another topic itself. Like, it's also, in my opinion, crappy software for loads of money. So maybe different plane. I do have a lot to offer. I fly PMDG, Phoenix, whatever. Good luck on landing. When on my old tech, poor FPS, I often had to auto land most, but hoping some better FPS. But 2020 is single core and CPUs all like, what CPU do you own, mate? Like, what system in general? Sugar, you busy end. Yeah, man. Well, that was fun. It was fun. Great views. I'd turn off these points of interest though. Yeah, mate. I reinstalled the sim, and to be honest, there are so many settings that you figure out over the years. And when I reinstalled the plane, the whole game, it just messed up all the settings. And now I'm slowly, step by step, correcting everything. And the 330 is going around. Man, I called it. I called it. Like, if you rewatch the last 10 minutes, I called it. Oh, you can see it in the stream as well. Awesome. That's really cool. Alright, I like that. Air India or Eurowings? Mate, Eurowings for sure. Oh, goodness, man. After 5 hours of flight time, it's a bit hard to talk, sorry. Eurowings for sure. I'm pretty much flying loads of routes from Dusseldorf, so obviously I'm flying Eurowings. Lone Gamer, yep, PMDG, I fly, don't have Phoenix, but no, very good. Just still prefer Just Flight and stuff at the minute. I'm not too sure about Just Flight. I don't have any software from Just Flight, so I can't really tell how good they are. Pranay, can you continue this AVIATION to Mumbai or Jaipur, India? Oh my days, man. That would be... Guys, if you subscribe, I said, it's also in the description, just for some proof. If we do make it to 300 subscribers, I will do a freaking marathon stream. Meaning 15 hours plus stream. So it's going to be a huge flight. If you don't believe me, then watch the marathon stream 2 years ago. I've done a, I think, 12-hour stream, 737 only. So if you don't believe me, go watch that. I'm certain I will do the 15-hour plus. So just subscribe, and as soon as we reach the 300, I will announce the marathon stream. It's going to be insane. Although I have about 10 planes, I want still. Yeah, man, you can never have enough, can you? Plus I need pedals, new flight controls, and some of the new wing stuff. the wing stuff looks great. I need a lot of wind. Cars, boats, etc., that causes the approach lag. Well, luckily I don't experience the approach lag, at least not at this minute. But yeah, as soon as I will, I'll definitely have to lower some settings. Vulcan, RJ100, etc. So let's play in system menus and having in game, to be honest. Okay. Nuts, I rarely do more than 3 hours. Mate, let me tell you, once again, if you don't believe me, go watch that video. I've done 12 hours from Palma to St. Martin, I think. I know, to Georgetown in South America. So that was insane. The 737. I had to refuel on a tiny island in the middle of the Atlantic. So yeah, I got a new Boeing and gen panel just out now. It's awesome. Yeah, mate. I believe it's looks great. All right, guys. So as always, we will do the APU shutdown. So for you new guys, my channel is more about like the arts of the planes. I mean, I do know a bit about planes, but I really enjoy this. Engine starts, APUs, just the good sounds, good graphics. So let's shut it down. And connect to external power, hopefully. Oh, we have to do that quick, otherwise we'll lose power. Alright, there we go. Alright, engine shutdown in progress. Alright, ladies and gents, I really hope you enjoyed this journey. It was the first stream for a long time, and once again I have a really nicely edited video just on the peak or on the verge of releasing, so just stay tuned for that. It will come out within the next days. And don't forget to join our Discord. Discord link is in the description, but I will also make it available for you in the chat as of now. There you go. So Discord link is in the chat. Feel free to join us. And oops, wrong. I don't think that's that's royalty free. All right. Yeah, the hard life of a tiny streamer, isn't it? Finding good music that won't give you a copyright strike, and there goes the interview. Alright guys, I really hope you enjoyed it. Stay tuned for the marathon flight. As soon as we hit the 300, it will go live. And now, ladies and gents, I'm, well, going to leave the plane and make my way to the coast of Gran Canaria. And then stay tuned for the next flight, taking off from Gran Canaria to, well, into the unknown. Maybe it's going to be India. Maybe it's going to be somewhere else. We will see. Alright guys, we'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much for joining, and have a wonderful remaining day. Peace.